I've just realised I think I had the microphone on mute. I do apologise, guys. I'm not sure if that was on mute from the beginning of the stream. Welcome to the stream. In short, we're in Unreal 5.5.4 and this project is a 2.5D platformer, and as my role as designer, I'm just implementing the pause menu and if there's time, the main menu. So I'm just setting up the folders at the moment. So the UI folder is basically, it's going to have, on my other project I've got, on the UI folder I've got font, HUD, menus and narrative. Okay. And then I think it was widget blueprint. Huh. That's interesting. It's been over a year since I've been in the Unreal Engine, so... Right, so we're going to be creating a simple pause menu. It's going to have resume, main menu, and quit. So at the moment in the levels we have 5. We've got the main menu, the bedroom, and then jungle, medieval, and warzone. So sorry for a throat clearing, guys. I've got a bit of a sore throat today. Right, so we put on the canvas panel. Why is that called 48? Right, let me just... Oh, okay, so we click here. Right, so right. Sorry, I'm just looking at my other project here. So I've got a vertical box with buttons. Oh, I remember. So we had the stuff from up here. So make the size what colour shall we go for? Just for this is just temporary placeholder. If I just go for something simple like that. If I was to play this, no, it's been a while. I'm getting my bearings, guys. Just bear with me. Scale this down. Is that. Right, so we need to do a vertical box now. Size the content. So that needs to be center. So that is basically there. And then within this we're going to be adding the buttons. How big are we going to make this? Okay. So now we're going to add text to that. Where's the text field? Typo. Nice. So as a simple size functional, this is just functionality at the moment, guys. This isn't how it's going to finally look. We're going to have I'll be creating art for the actual the UI. This is just a functional kind of menu at the moment. So we've got 3 buttons. We've got resume, we've got the main menu, and then we've got the quit. So buttons. So I need to rename that to resume. Okay, is variable. Oh my god. Sorry, it did not want to go into Visual Studio. Right, so those 3 are variables. Let's just change that to like a... So we've got the 3 buttons. Why have I got the image? I'm just looking at my other project. I've got the image is a variable. Why is that image a variable? Okay. So we're going to get the resume, and I remember there being where was the option? Not that. I remember there being the option, so... Oh, there we go. The events. So, on clicked. So, when we click on resume... wasn't there a way you could do... Right, so unclicked resume. We're not going to plug that in yet because we don't have the sound effects, but I'm going to put it in there. Set input mode, game only. That's interesting. Ah. So when we click resume, we are setting the game mode to game only. Alright, so when we click resume, we'll play the sound effect, but obviously there isn't a sound effect at the moment because we haven't got any audio assets. So we're going to set the game, input mode game only, hide the cursor, set the game to not paused, and remove from parent. Okay. So now we go onto the main menu and scroll down to on clicked. Let me just add a comment box to this. I like to use white for any kind of UI widgets, or in code. I just like to give them a white color. I don't know why. I just like using white for UI. Okay, and then the main menu is, again, we're gonna play a sound, which would be like a button click. We're going to remove the widget and then open level by name, and if we just open up the browser, we've got main menu. So if I just copy that, so like I say, we've got the node for playing the sound effects. But as and when we've got the sound effects, we can then set that all up. welcome to the stream, guys. Oh, it's weird. It's weird being in Unity for so long to then come into here. Right, so when player clicks main menu button, X is current level and loads the main menu. And then quit. Quite simply, quit game. Pretty much it, really. 3 buttons. Resume, we'll set that. I'm just going to make a note here. Add sound effects. Set sound effects within pause menu widget blueprint. Right, now we don't actually have a player character yet. The programmers will be setting it all up. So if what we now need to do, I think that was everything in terms of the code for those 3. Resume, my menu, quit. Right, so okay, so what I'm doing at the moment, just as a temporary thing, like I say, the programmers are going to be setting up the character controller. So I am just going to load content drawer, just for the medieval. Why can I not see? Why am I not seeing that? That's so annoying. Hold on. There we go. Okay, so at the moment, there's nothing there. It's literally just empty. It's been so long since I've been in Unreal. Okay, right, so we're in the medieval, so if I go into the level blueprint for medieval, okay, so when we press escape whilst in the medieval, this code will be put into the player controller when that's set up, but just for the time being we're putting it within the level. So when you press escape, we set the input mode to UI only and mouse lock mode. Always lock the mouse cursor to the viewport. So show the mouse cursor. Set to pause. Create the widget blueprint pause menu. Again, because I like white for UI. So now, oh, compile save. Alright, so if I was to press play and then press escape. Oh, interesting, look, it's done. Okay, I remember that won't come up because pressing escape during simulation literally closes the screen. So what I will do, just for the time being, I'll do keyboard event P. There we go. Excellent. Okay. So that does work. Like I say, when you're simulating, it's a little bit annoying, but we're just going to have P as a temporary button for the pause because escape cancels simulation. But that works. If I just show you again, we press P, brings it up, quit, closes it. That resumes play, and that loads the main menu. Notice top right on the outliner says medieval in the at the top part. We click that and it's changed to the main menu. So that is the pause menu done. So I'm just going to make a note here. P temporarily used for pausing game as escape cancel simulation. So basically when it comes to building the game, that's where we would change that out to, we'll put back escape as the keyboard event there. So yeah, so that code would go across in, well, it's going to be on the player character, so regardless of what level they're in, pressing escape will bring up the pause menu. I think that's it for the pause menu. Okay. So, how are we doing on time? 43 minutes. I don't feel like that needs to be any bigger. That's dead center screen. The art will be replaced in the coming weeks. Let's bring up the pause menu. Right, let me... Oh God, main menu. The main menu is a biggie, so I just need to open this up in another thing here. So this is another project that I've done. God. we're definitely gonna need, it would be good to have like a manual, because this is from the Plague Invaders game I did. So the settings menu had stuff like, you can see the graphics, screen resolution, music, sound effects. It's really annoying that that's opening in the main window here. Jesus Christ, there's a lot of buttons. The main menu is quite a bit of work. So you definitely have new game. You wouldn't need a high scores. I think new game, options. I think having a manual would be nice. New game, options. So with the manual we could use, I could create a nice manual in Photoshop. If I just show you. Yeah, I can do a Photoshop manual. But the manual wouldn't be created until we've got the art assets and things made. So the manual would have stuff in there like controls, like here. Yeah, sorry about the conflicting sound there. I mean, I quite like the layout of that. This was a previous project I did, so maybe instead, like you see here where I've got these two boxes separate. I know that separates off the display settings and the audio settings, but what we could do is just not have the two different kind of panels, if you like, and just have one panel. Okay, so if I replicate that, see, this is tricky, this one, because new game loads the game, fairly straightforward. Not having high scores. I think it should be new game, options, manual, quit. Right. Oh my god, there's just so many little bits to this. Let me just... There's a lot of code here. Right, what can I do on, oh my god. Right, set the visibility. Right, I could get a chunk of this done. Open level blueprint. Set the mouse cursor. Oh my god. Right, okay, there's a fair bit to this one. So we can close the pause menu. We can close the pause menu widget blueprint. Artwork for the pause menu. Okay, I'm just having a look at the main menu in my other project. So essentially it's one big picture. Could have the buttons top left. I know it's very common in a lot of games to have the buttons center screen. Just thinking if we had it. If we had it top left. Let me just see. So if I had these buttons at the top here, and then right. Alright, so we can close this one. If we open main menu, Right, so I'm in the main menu. Main menu. Right, let me just have a look at the code. I know you guys can't see this second monitor, but this second monitor has all of my code from another project that I'm replicating because it's basically the same. Right, so on game start, set it to UI only. Draw the main menu widget blueprint. Play the music. And then check if the save exists for the save settings. Okay. I feel like the audio stuff I can't do just yet because we don't have the audio assets, but I can put the code in there. Why have I got a variable there for is main level? Is main level. Strange. So I've got a boolean on this one for top-down game mode. BP top-down game mode. I need to figure out why there's a boolean. Right, HUD is only visible. Right, hold on. HUD only visible if the main level is loaded. Hidden all other times. Draws the HUD to screen at start. Draws the HUD to screen at game start. Well, that HUD would only get drawn. There's going to be 3 different HUDs because we have medieval, wartime, and a jungle. So there's going to be 3 separate HUDs. So I feel like in the level blueprint, that is where the HUD would get drawn. So I really don't know why I did it that way. Right, there's also, we need to create a blueprint for the save settings. So in the blueprints, Okay, right, so content, so we've got UI, menus, pause, that's all working. We've got the levels, and then I'm going to need to create a new folder that's going to be, we'll call this blueprints. And in here, so blueprints, we're going to have a folder called save data. And right, blueprint, is it gameplay? Oh god, I can't remember the miscellaneous. I'm just gonna have to go through one by one just to make sure. I think it's blueprint. I think it was just blueprint class. I think it was that one. Okay, so so I know within the menus we've got blueprints in here, but these are widget blueprints. So I like to keep all the UI within the UI directory, but with the blueprints save data, we've got BP underscore save underscore settings. If I just open this, okay. Right, yeah, there's a lot of stuff here. Right, so if I just load this up, and we're gonna create two variables, and these are going to be floats, and this is going to be audio music settings, and then audio SFX settings. So by default both of those are on 0. There isn't any code in that, so that's the save settings. Okay, right, so we're in the main menu level at the moment. Welcome to the stream, guys. Right, we don't have a HUD at the moment, so game mode. Right, close that. So in the main menu code, I feel like at this stage we should just jump into creating the actual canvas for the main menu, because in the main menu level here we're going to be putting in a sequence, so where you would on begin play, you'd set the input mode to UI only. You would play music, like the title music, and then you would basically go into the save settings blueprint that I just created, and you would load the music and sound effects settings if it exists. So that's very, very straightforward. So let's just do this. Let's go, baby. Right, so go into the UI menu, main menu. So we're going to open up our UI folder, go into the menus, and we're going to create a widget blueprint. Use a widget. Okay. Oh, new folder. Okay, so at the moment we've got levels, we've got UI, so we've got under UI we've got menus, we've got the pause, and then we've got the main. So this is going to be WBP for widget blueprint underscore main underscore menu. Alright. And we're just going to save all. We're going to double click this. So now we're going to be creating the widget for the blueprint. So 120 by 1080. Where is that image? Just wondering if I've got an image of like a castle. Tell you what, let's just add in an image and call this background. We'll just give this a simple colour, and then we can swap out this for a nice picture. So I'm going to do the options at the top. So basically, if we were to click things here, it would then draw them into the space here. Because you do have a lot of games where the menus are on the left hand side. Right. So we're going to have the main menu buttons. So that's a vertical list, I think. So that would go under there. Pretty sure in the pause menu widget blueprint we had the. Let me just open. Why is that not opening? One second, guys. I don't know why that's not. What the? What is going on there? I don't know why I'm getting multiple windows open here. This is really... What is going on? I don't know. I don't know what's going on with my windows here, guys. The hell is going on? Right, let's just add the buttons in. Hold on a minute. This is what I mean. What is going on here? Resume my menu. Quit. There we go. Size to content. Five 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 two 5552. Okay, so we've got the main, we've got the buttons there. So new game, options, manual, quit. It's quite tricky to do this without any kind of audio assets at the moment. So I remember in the other project, yeah, we've got sound class mix and then a sound class, and that all handles the oh my god. That's what I mean with the main menu. There's a lot to it. So 4 buttons, new game, the options, the manual, and the quit. So new game, options, and manual. And all of those are variables. So if I go in there, we should get the 4 buttons. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Right, so until, like, the manual won't get created until further down the line when the assets are made and I've got images to work with in order to create the manual. And like I say, the placement of these buttons and things, it's just temporary at the moment, so it's not 100% decided. This could move center screen, it could move to the middle, bottom, anywhere. Right, I do have Oh, I remember. So basically, with the settings, okay, what we can do, we can get the, we can put in the display settings, but until I've got some audio assets, it's going to be a little bit tricky to be able to test it. I know it works, I've already done this in a different project, but yeah, there's just a lot to set that up. And unable to test it until we've got some audio. So new game, right? Let's just do this. So if we go into graph, so new game. On clicked. Oh, hold on. Wait. You know what? There's so many little windows here. It's crazy. Let me just set up the audio. It makes sense just to get these things in there so that the code, it's all kind of, it's just annoying because I don't have the the things yet. So content, UI, menus, main and pause. Got the levels there, blueprints, save data. Okay. So if I, in content, create a new folder and call this audio. Okay, so I need to create sound class, audio, sound class. So this is going to be SC music. And if I just double click that, that's the same as the other project. Okay. And then we'll do another one for audio classes, sound class, and of course SC SFX for sound effects. Same again, I don't need to change anything in there. So the next bit is to create the sound class mix. So this is going to be sound class mix. It's going to be sound class mix underscore music. Double click that. So we're in SCM Music. So we give this SC Music. So 1, 1, that. Save. Okay. Close that, and then we need to create an audio classes sound class mix SCM underscore SFX. Double click that. Give it the array element of SC sound effects. So we're going to have 0 and 0 in there. So 0, 0, minus 1, 0. 1, that. Right. So if I just check my folder, yeah, I remember. So you go into in the in the assets, you basically set the class in there. So you would pick sound class music or sound class SFX. I remember now. Okay, so basically okay. Right, so there's only one thing that gets plugged into the main menu level blueprint, and this is basically sequence. So where you set the input mode, you play the music, you check if the save game exists. If it does, then you load the settings. Yeah. Sorry guys, there's so many different bits to setting this up. Like you've got the widget blueprints that shows all the UI, and then you've got things to do within like the level blueprint. So Right, so sorry for the coughing, guys. My throat is really not good. Let me just check that. In mouse lock mode. In mouse lock mode. Lock always. Ugh. Okay, so that's the first step. We on the main menu we're saying UI only. Second step was to play the music. So this one is that. Does the save game exist? Save settings. If true. Oh my god. What's going on there? Oh, I've forgotten the hotkey for straightening the nodes. What is the hotkey for? Oh, I've forgotten. Oh, there was a hotkey. That's really annoying. I know there's a hotkey. I've forgotten it. Well, that did it, but what? There must be a hotkey. Right, okay, so... Oh, what's happened there? Oh. Ugh. Does save game exist? If true, load from that. So cast to the settings. So we go into the settings, we target the music variable and set that as the music volume, push the mixer, and then we do the same for the audio SFX settings. So SCM SFX, SC sound effects, and then push the sound mix modifier, and that's it. So 3 steps in the main menu: set the UI mode, play the music, load the audio settings. Set game mode to UI only. Initiate music. Load audio preferences saved by user and set volumes accordingly. Right, that should be the only bit we need to do for the main menu blueprint itself. So if I was to play this, we should get that yellow screen. And there we go. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so right, so we can close this. Right, so I can close that main menu level blueprint and then let's get this stuff working. So when we click new game, Ugh. Right, so clicking new game will remove the main menu widget. It will open the bedroom level, which is the main hub, and then sets the game input mode game only. And hides the cursor. Okay. So that's the new game. Let's do the quit. Okay. Sip of coffee. Right. So the manual we can't really do anything with that until until further down the line. But we can put the code in there, just not connect it up. Okay. So we've got new game options, manual, quit. So new game, manual, and quit. New game, manual, quit. Right, this is the oh my god. I'm just looking at my options here. Right, this next bit is the big bugger. These are all the buttons. And we're not having a high score. We're gonna have, oh my god, my voice. I do apologise, guys. My throat's really not in a good state tonight. I think it's the talking. Right. So basically, I think what we need to do is create another canvas. So essentially, in the hierarchy, we have the main menu, right? We click the new game, obviously functions. Manual doesn't. The code's there, but nothing happens because we haven't got a manual yet. And then we've got the quit button. So what we want to happen is when the player clicks options, it will basically show the options menu. So I'm just trying to think how to best do this. So the vertical box contains everything. Is there a horizontal one as well? Horizontal box. If if I just type in box, so you've got a horizontal box, a vertical box. What's a stack box do? A stack box widget is a layout panel allowing child widgets to be automatically laid out vertically or horizontally. A widget that allows you to specify the size it reports to have and desire. Not all widgets report a desired size that you actually desire. Wrapping them in a size box lets you have the size box force them single child fixed size. Allows you to place content with a desired size and have it scaled to meet the constraints placed on this box's allotted area. If you needed to have a background image scaled to fill an area but not become distorted, or if you need to auto fit some text. Arranges widgets left to right or top to bottom dependently of the orientation. When the widgets exceed the wrap size, it will place widgets on that side. Okay. It's a layout panel allowing child widgets to be automatically laid out. I feel like if we had a canvas for options, and then if I just play like this is all that is on the options widget. The graphics, the resolution, and the audio settings. So fairly straightforward, to be honest. Okay, so you click settings or options, and then we just display a vertical box. Okay, let's just do this. Let's go for it. Right. Canvas. So we're going to want this center. Right. So right, now we do a vertical box under that canvas. and we're going to add, oh actually, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to add an image, and this will basically act as the hold on, what is that? There we go. Right, so we've got the background. So they're all anchored. Okay. Right, now let's start adding the information we need. I knew that would happen. There we go. Right, so this is going to say so that's the content. Right, so we've got display settings. So display settings, and then wish my throat wasn't so sore. So then, how have I done this next bit? Horizontal box. Okay, right, so vertical box. So this is going to organize everything vertically. So then within here, we'd then do a horizontal. Right. So now we're going to add a text to that. Right, this is the next tricky bit. We're gonna now have a button followed by text, followed by another button. So opposed to just do that. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna add button. And that button will have text on it. So we put a button in the horizontal box. Padding on that to the right. Text to the button. So this will be called GFX left. Right, and then the padding Oh, you pillock. Hold on. Hold on. Let me just get up character map. Is it Wingdings? I wonder if it'll let us put that in there. Probably not. No, it's giving me some weird shapes. What about symbol? Oh, dude, it is not having any of that, is it? Okay, I guess what we'll do then for the time being is we'll just have a little arrow. Why has that gone outside of the... Alright, so we've got the GFX left button, and then we need to add the text in between, so that then goes here, and this will be called GFX text, GFX text. That GFX and the padding on the left needs to be 75. Okay. I'm actually improving the UI work in Unreal compared to my previous project when I did this, because the way I had all of the different text, a lot of that if I just show you quickly, in here, the way these titles were done, they weren't done with the horizontal thing that I'm doing now, where everything's kind of being controlled by the layer. I think this helps that within all the Unity work I've done, there's been a hell of a lot of UI work, so I think my understanding of just how you have all these content size fitters and things, I think it's just improved my overall ability with like just UI work, which is really quite nice. It's paying off. Right, so we now need to I feel like button's too big. I don't like the size of that button. Okay. Right, so definitely need to have the vertical box. So at the moment we've got the horizontal box there contains the graphics quality. This one we definitely need to give some padding then, so the bottom, if I do 50, let's go 40. Okay. Right, so that one's done there. Now what we could do, if I was to just copy this, oh dear. There we go. We want those to be... We want this to be over there. That's annoying, isn't it? We want the red. We want those. It's like we want the text on the left to stay on the left, and then the bits on the right to stay on the right. So I think it's taking the... If I did center and then... Yeah, it's like the horizontal box is overriding... Right. Making good progress here, guys. GFX and res. So put in the minimum desired width. It seems to have sorted out that distance. It looks like those boxes are they're ever so slightly off, not by a lot. What is going on with that one? Those two look why is that button off? You can see that's quite a difference. That box is ever so slight. It's quite noticeable there. What is going on there? Okay, I think it's the minimum desired width. I think that's why. So that's the minimum desired width. What was the one with the padding? Vertical box. That's got the padding there. That's right with the padding. Jesus Christ. Let me just see how this one works. Let me set that to 0 then. We want this section here, the buttons and that, to be to the right hand side. God damn, this is annoying. Hold on, why is it saying slot, vertical box slot? UI work is so much fun. That was a little bit of sarcasm there. What have I got the text size set to on that one? Jesus Christ. It's definitely not the padding. I don't think it's the padding. God damn it! I feel like I'm stumped. I want that. These two buttons and that to be on the right, and this little bugger on the left. Like it's currently occupying. Jesus Christ. So send to that one. Why are you being a bugger? Why are you being a bugger? It's almost like we need to put it in its like if we were to put these in a horizontal box, so a horizontal box within a horizontal box, then I wonder if that would work. I'm not sure if it would. So annoying. Oh, this is so frustrating. So horizontal box, the text, and then the horizontal box containing that. I know I'm going to have the same issue here. Oh. Why can't you just play ball? Why can't you play ball? Is there like a spacer? Can you get a... You're joking. Are you taking the piss? Are you taking the piss? Right, so we've got a spacer. Ah, Phil. Right, so setting the spacer to fill. Okay. Okay, so if I did... Whoa. Not that. So if I was to give that 50 padding, sorry guys, this is taking a little while, just trying to get this bloody stuff just refined like that. Looks fairly aligned. It's just going to be noticeable if the spacing is not the same. Like here, the buttons the buttons off. Why am I getting stumped on this? We've got the horizontal box for both. This one has more room because this is a longer word. And then that overall thing mean, that's correct. Oh, this is getting annoying. Oh my god, I feel like pulling my hair out. The spaces are spacing, but those fucking buttons. Fill. It's like if I add padding to that, it's just gonna. Like these two, they appear to be in sync there, so maybe on the box, if I did padding of 50, sorry about this, guys. This is a bit pants. Hold on a second. If I do center a line horizontally, Dude. Oh, it's so getting under my skin, this. So getting under my skin. Oh my god, dude. Oh, shoot me now. Fuck. It's like we've got these the horizontal boxes overriding the. Oh. Oh my god! I wanted to get this sorted. Thanks for the spam view, Recall. Many thanks. This one at the end looks perfectly. Yeah, that is. Look, that's perfectly aligned. It's just this one. Is there? There can't be any. The space on that is the same. Right. There is a spacer there, giving me enough space. If I was to put a spacer in here, that should theoretically cover the gap. Oh my fucking god, dude. This is madness. Like... I'll tell you what, I'm gonna try something. This is ridiculous. This is just ridiculous, isn't it? Because that is gonna... Just looking at how I did my other one. You know what? I'm just gonna keep it like that. I've had enough of wasting time on this. I'm gonna have to fine tune that. It's just winding me up now. It is winding me up. I mean, this end is fine. It's literally this frickin' button here. just why? Yeah, we'll just leave that. That's going to be a fine tuning thing. Welcome to the stream, Unreal. Yeah, it's going good, thanks. Just a tiny bit of frustration with this, the spacing on here, but I've wasted enough time trying to just sort that out for the moment, so I am gonna leave it as it is. We have the things in place. That is the smallest UI bug fix there, just getting that sorted. Right, let's move on, because that's ridiculous how much time I've wasted on that one. Right, so we're going to now copy that, put that below there. Right, you need to go below. Oh, for fuck's sake. Dude, just... There we go. Right. 30 in the bottom there, so if I do 30 at the top. Yeah, I know. The problem is I like to solve problems, get them done then and there, and move on to the next thing. I just feel like I've wasted so much time there just trying to sort that out. I've been in Unity for like the past few months, and yeah, just coming back into Unreal, like the UI is very different. Like I do prefer the user interface in Unreal's UI blueprint widget blueprints. But like I say, what's really annoying is the buttons here, they're perfectly aligned. Whereas these two buggers, look at it. It's frustrating as hell. There's no reason for that to not be aligned. It's just, yeah, like I say, I will come back to that. It's the smallest bug fix. Let me just actually add that to my bug fix list. So, fix button on options. Okay, so this one here is going to say audio settings. Ooh. Okay, this one shouldn't be too hard. So we've just got two sliders, so we're going to have text and a slider. And then we're going to have music volume, sound effects volume, two sliders, and then an apply settings and a back button. Right, let's... So... size border. Audio settings. So if I just minimize those. So vertical, we've got that, and then we've got that, and that. Audio settings. So if I was to copy that and paste that there, and then rename that text to music volume. I'll leave the spacer in there, and then yeah, we don't even need a it's literally just a slider. So what I should be able to do is I get rid of that. Slider, and then put that on there. Ooh, that is Diddy. Okay, so I just need to adjust the what is it? Slider. One second, guys. Style. Bar thickness, okay. So it's style and bar thickness. Oh, sorry, that's to do with the, no, we didn't want that. That's the colour. Where's this? I'm looking at my other project and my handle is appearance. How the hell did I make that? Normal bar image. Image size. can't be that. And it's not that. It's the handle. Appearance. Christ almighty, guys. I don't know how I managed to change. Is there a size to content? Apparently I've got a size to content option, but I have a feeling it's because it's within the oh, you know what? I'm pretty sure it's because it's been controlled within the horizontal box. Right, we do need to give a little bit of space there. Obviously I know we're not so frustrating. Right, so beneath this one, actually what I could do is, instead of just doing some padding, where I've done the padding, actually, just thinking, where I've done the padding, if I just actually got a spacer, and if I just set that to 30, go. Okay. It's really annoying me with this slider because I know I've definitely been able to change the removing the spacer from the text and probably both the horizontal boxes. Vertical box. Yeah, I've got two. Yeah, I've got like two horizontal boxes in there. In first horizontal, the text. The spacer should be removed. They're both set to fill. Size box. What's the size box do? So what would I would the size box go within, instead of a horizontal box, would it be a size box then? Dude. Dude, you've done it. I don't believe it. You legend. I spent about what felt like 2 hours mucking around with that. Thank you. Oh my god, dude. Thank you. Jesus Christ. Thank you. You've saved me a lot of stress there. Oh my god, dude. The fix button space and options. You legend. I don't suppose you know if there's a way that I can increase the vertical size of the handle on the slider. I was just saying earlier that on a previous project, like if I just show you quickly, can you see here the vertical handle? That's quite taller. Style. Oh, well done. So, normal fun image by the looks of it. It looks like it's the normal fun. Thank you. I was looking in there earlier, but I couldn't find the... I'd already had a flip through there. Okay. Right, so what we can do is remove the spacer and set that to fill. Perfect. Okay, thank you for the help there, Unreal. Are you a follower? Because when you your first message, if someone's not followed, like I normally get like a first time chat message. I don't know if you've seen some of my streams in the past. Ooh. Oh. Oh, sorry. I wasn't asking you to follow, but thank you for following. I was just curious because when I get people tune in, it normally will say in the chat, first time chatter. And I didn't recognise your name, but I get quite a few frequent viewers tune in. So, yeah. Well, let's just move this one. Do you do a lot of work in Unreal then? Right, I'm going to need a 10 size spacer. I'll copy that and paste it there. There we go. Change that to SFX volume. Nice. Well, I'm going to be doing I'm going to be doing quite a lot of game dev over the next few months. So this is a university project. So at the moment, as you can see, it's very bare bones. There's no fancy artwork. I'm just getting a functional UI menu in place. This is the group collab game, 2.5D platformer. It's going to be quite exciting. And then separate to that, I've got a solo design project, and I'm going to be making a low poly space kind of rescue mission type game. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's got inspirations from Dead Space, Sonic the Hedgehog, Rayman, just a couple other things. I won't go into too much detail, but both games are going to be in the Unreal Engine. Oh, wow. Oh, dude, that's amazing. I love real-time strategy. Command and Conquer, Age of Empires, Company of Heroes. Love it. And Generals was a great game. I spent many hours completing all the missions on that one. It was a lot of fun. Quite difficult, some of the missions, actually. But all the best with that project. That sounds pretty full on, especially with it being multiplayer. That's one thing I have not yet done, is to create a multiplayer game. I'm sure over time I will probably come to learn that. So yeah, quite exciting. Okay, what am I doing? Right, got the bar there. Okay, so it's going to be slider SFX. Okay, we have our sliders in there. Right, I've got my other project open at the moment. Awen! Welcome to the stream, dude. Welcome. Those are very different concepts you've stapled together. Where's my what? Hold on. I think I sent the picture somewhere. I think I put it on Facebook actually. Hold on. Oh my god, I share so much stuff. Like the best memes. Right, okay, so the theme of the space game I'm going to be making is horror/suspense in space. But there's not going to be any kind of gore or blood. It's more going to be... Okay, I think the best way to describe it, or an easy one, is... Soma, the game Soma. Frictional Games made it. It's a kind of underwater horror. Think like that, because that's kind of to do with robots. The genre of it is going to be first-person survival. The inspirations are Dead Space, Sonic the Hedgehog, Pac-Man, and Rayman. So the way the game plays, it's a little similar to that. And the objective is to rescue creatures, return them to the central hub whilst evading these patrolling robots. So you're basically like this rescue engineer, and these robots have gone rogue, and they enslave the alien creatures of space and get them to do their bidding. So your job is to go into these space stations overrun by robots and search for these creatures that are in hiding. So you search in lootable containers, you find the creatures, and then you escort them back to the center of the map, which is the hub. They move at a slower speed than the player, so if you move too quickly, they'll start to, their behavior tree, they will act a different way. Like they might bounce around on the spot, they might start going back to where you found them, and if a robot catches them, the robot will go and put it in a container. So it's quite exciting. Yeah, I've already done like the level design on graph paper. Let me just read your comments. I do recommend making a separate graphics and slider widget. Separate graphics and slider widget. Each of the quality settings. It sounds like you're talking about kind of, what's the word in Unity? Oh my god, what's the word? Prefab. Well, I think all I need to do is add in two buttons to the bottom of this, and then I can just whiz through the code. I've already got the code for this in a. I've got my other project open. It's a group game I made last year, so. Yeah. Right, let me just add in these buttons. Okay, so text. Oh, hold on a minute. Why have I got a back? Sorry, I'm looking in my other project and I was like, why is there a back and then a back button? One of those. The way I did the the UI in another project, it's not as refined as this one. This one's, the way I've structured the hierarchy is much more efficient than the other project. And I think that's due to all the UI work I've been doing in Unity. Right, so we're going to use a spacer. I'm going to copy that one, paste that there, and then we're going to copy that, paste that there. And this one is going to be called back. Okay. Right, so now for all the buttons we need to say they're variables. That slider is a variable. And that slider is a variable. That button is a variable. That is a variable. That's a variable. That's a variable. And then the text itself should also be a variable. Oh. Okay. Interesting. So it's not a variable. Yeah, Unreal Engine. I'm studying design at university, and we have to learn Unity and Unreal. So we hop between both engines across the trimesters and things. So, but I've been actively developing a kind of open world RPG. I've got a panel below for my itch page. You can play version 1.0 of my RPG. It's called Sword and Scourge. But all the work I've been live streaming, there's lots of new mechanics and features to add. I just want to fine tune a couple more bits before I upload the next version of that game. Right, so I've got two functions. Right, I've got the inventory list. I'm friends with a game developer, and they were suggesting scriptable objects. I think you also suggested scriptable objects. I haven't looked into it yet, but the last stream I did on Sword and Scourge, I got the what is it? I got the inventory and the stash are working. I've got the tooltip. The tooltip widget needs. Oh my god, I'm calling it a widget now. This is the problem when you work in two different engines. Oh my god, the tooltip UI needs refining ever so slightly, and then obviously I need to figure out the stackable mechanic of the stash. But yeah, it's as for like the oh my god. Yeah, I don't want to go into too much detail while I'm in Unreal because I'm gonna get muddled, as I'm already calling stuff in Unity widgets. Trying to get the description of an item. Yeah, I've got it working. So if you now hover over an item in the inventory, it comes up with a tooltip to show what that item is. So it displays the name and the description. But that's all manual code that I did in the script graph. Whereas what I want is to retrieve that information from, like you and others have suggested, a scriptable object, which will contain all the information of all the lootable objects in the game. But for the time being, because I've got a lot of work on my plate, deadline for these games is April. I've got a 3,000 word essay to write, and then I've got this group game I'm working on, and then I've got my space game that I'm working on. The group one's got a fair bit of work, but the individual solo one, I'm going to be modelling everything myself, It's going to be different style. It's going to be low poly, but it's going to be space. So player character is going to be like an astronaut of sorts. So humanoid figure should be fairly easy to animate with Mixamo. And then I've got 4 space creatures to model, two robots. So yeah, it's quite a bit of work involved. I don't have to model everything, but again, I'm doing it because I want to push. I want to improve my modelling. Always looking to improve and just learn new things. So and it's going to be cool doing the interior of a space station, because there's so many games I've played, horror games set in space, like Dead Space, Alien Isolation. So many games I could list. Just so creating modular walls, floors, ceilings, lights. Like I'm trying to create something I'm trying to do something different that I've not made yet, and I want to create like this a bit of a spooky atmosphere, like, you know, with lighting, and I'm excited for this one. Really excited. Right, I need to stop waffling. I do apologise. What was I doing? Right, I was in the other project. So okay, I've got quite a few things. So I've got a graphics index, res index, and text is set based on that. Okay. Alright, so my god, where do I start with this? Let's just check. Ooh. Oh, we don't want that. Oh. Give me one sec, I just need to... So the bar is the bar. The thumb is the handle. So... 830, 830, 830. Eight 30, save, minimize that, compile, save, play. There we go. Apply the settings back. So basically, like I say, this menu at the moment, it's not meant to look sexy. This is meant to just be purely functional. The UI artwork I will be adding, I will be creating over the coming weeks. This is just getting a functional main menu up and running. So it's not meant to look sexy at the moment. So I've got the bars working there. Right, where do I start with this? If I get the canvas right, so the manual button isn't doing anything at the moment, because we're not making the manual at this stage. I'm only going to be able to make the manual once we've got fleshed out levels with pictures of the HUD. We've got three playable characters in this game. We've got 3 playable characters, each with a different HUD. So yeah, creating the manual is going to be a job that's going to be closer to much further down the line, probably in about 4 to 5 weeks time. So what we got? New game, manual, quit. So new game, manual, quit. So yeah, we need to do the options. Event constructs. So set the visibility. Okay, so I need to create I need to create 2 variables. One's going to be GFX index. This is an integer. Unreal Engine Ertz. Thank you so much again for that little fix or help with the UI on the spacing on the horizontal thingy. I'm struggling to get my words out, but thank you for the help there. Right, so GFS index, res index, both are integers. So GFX index, res index. And just looking at the other, I think I'm going to need to make a right, so the canvas option here, so where I click this will basically show and hide based on the options being pressed. So this does need to be a variable. Canvas options. I don't know where the time has gone. I know I spent about an hour and a half dicking around getting stuck on the UI issue I had. Right. Okay, we can definitely do this first section. So I'm in the blueprint for the main menu. So clicking new game loads the bedroom. So closes, shows the manual. Does that. Okay, so we're going to do an event construct. Dummy high scores. Got it. Okay. Right, so we're going to set visibility of widget. So we're going to get the canvas options, which is this one here. Yeah. So we're going to plug that into the target, and we're going to say it's hidden. So by default, at the moment, it's there. If I was to press play, it shouldn't be there. Boom. Excellent. Right, so that's the first, oh my god. That's the first step. And then we're gonna get game user settings. Get game user settings. And we're gonna load settings. So that goes into there. We're gonna get overall scalability level, and we're going to set the graphics index based on what that is. So get overall scalability level from the game user settings. Set the graphics index to that. And then we're gonna get screen resolution. Oh, I didn't create a variable. So this is going to be an int point. Int point. Right, so set the graphics index based on the overall scalability level, get the screen resolution, and so set the resolution. The resolution is an int point. So canvas options is hidden. Load settings, target there. Load settings, and then set the index, set the resolution to whatever that is. Okay. Right, so now we need to break endpoint. Oh, it's Q. I asked AI what the shortcut was for the hotkey to straighten nodes, and it said, oh, there isn't one. What an arse. What an arse. It's Q. Look, if I just move that up there and go that. On arms. Oh, crazy. Right, so if x equals 1282. Right, so we'll get the resolution. If x is 1280, and that's true, then we set the res index to 0. If that's false, we'll do that, and then we'll get the next one. And we'll say if x equals 1600. I know, it's like, do you remember the amount of times I've said in Unity the one frustrating thing is you can't straighten the nodes, it just looks a pig's ear all the time. And I remember in Unity, in Unreal, there was a hotkey to straighten the nodes. I just could not remember it, and I just said to AI, what's the hotkey for straightening nodes in Blueprints? Oh, there isn't one. If you want to do it, you'd have to do this, this, and that. I'm just like, don't talk bollocks. And then, as you saw, I just selected these two. And then alignment, you can see the hotkey right there, straighten connections, Q. It's just so frustrating. Something so simple, AI being made out to be, you know, the gift of the gods, and it can't, it doesn't know that that's a hotkey. I'm just like, come on now. Oh, I know. I get that. I had that a lot in Unity, remember? God. The crazy the memories, Wen. The memories. Right, 1280, if true, 0. If that's false, do the next check. If it's 1600, set it to 1. 1920. Two. That'll be 3. 2560. 0, 1, 2, 3. 3840. Okay, so We've got 1280, 1600, 1920, 2560, 3840. If true, 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. Now we're going to do a check here to say, does save game exist? And this is to do with the save settings. Which I think, actually, yeah, save settings. Alright, so now what we need to do is on these parts, we just plug those up to there. And then we do an if. So if there is a save settings, we will load game from slots. Call that. I really wish I had another coffee, but I can't have another one, else I won't sleep. Okay, I'm almost at the end of this little kind of beginning part of this on construct, on event construct. Right, so load game from slots. So we're going to cast to BP save settings. Okay. Oh my god, my acid. So we're going to set the slider value of oh my god. You know what? Just get the slider music. Set value. Right. So we're going to go, we're going to go into the save and we're going to get the audio music settings, bring that there. So get the audio music settings from the save file, and then we're going to get the slider SFX and set value. And we're gonna get audio SFX settings. Plug that into that. Okay. Right. Right, so if the save doesn't exist, oh, so gorgeous seeing nice organized code. Alright, does the save game exist? If it does, load the save settings, go into the save file, set the value of the music slider to the music settings. In motion. So now we can give that a comment box. Right, so I'm doing this in order of what happens. So pink at the very top, that's the first thing that happens. when this widget is drawn to screen, and then after that click in new game. So the first button will do that, the next button is options. So now all this space here is going to handle the options. Then you've got manual and quit, and they're already down here. So all this space is for the behemoth. Creates a save file for the high scores. Click on new game, type that to new game. Draws the high scores. Okay. Oh. Okay. Right, so now we're doing the juicy bit. This is quite a lot of code. It's actually not too much. Okay, so when the player clicks options, which is this, why is that options? Right, so when we click options, on click, we're gonna have that. Obviously I don't have SFX at the moment, so I'm putting it in there as a placeholder so I know that it needs to be done. So we're going to right. So what I should be able to do is get canvas options and set visibility. Because the canvas options, that contains all the buttons and everything related to the options, right? So set visibility. So the canvas options is at the top. Canvas options is set to hidden. So when we click options, we are showing the canvas options. And then we're basically going to be setting the buttons on the main menu here. We're going to nullify those buttons so the player won't accidentally click those whilst they're in the settings menu. So we've got new game, options, New game options, manual quit. New game options, manual quit. Okay, and then we're gonna drag off of here and do ugh. So we're saying they're not enabled. So if I compile and save, and play it, when I click options, all of those should go null. There we go. So I can't choose anything. Cool. Okay. Now we're gonna add, just next to this, we're gonna get the back on click. So we're gonna copy this. Set the visibility. To hidden. This is what I mean about the node in Unity for hiding. Do you remember the canvas when I was trying to set up the canvases in Unity? Just, yeah, less set. Right, so when we click back, we hide the canvas options. And then is enabled. Okay, let's give that a test. Perfect. Oh, yeah. Nice. Right, that's 2 bits done. So so now we've got the graphics button, the resolution button, and then just setting up the sliders, adjusting. Yeah, not much left. And then there's just 2 functions to create for setting the texts of the GFX and what was the other one? I can't even remember. I just need to go for a quick bio break, guys. Give me literally 1 minute and I'll be right back to continue some more work. Hope you're enjoying the stream, guys. I know UI is not the most exciting, but it is essential, because if you don't have these things in place, the player can't do the most simple and required of all tasks. Right, where were we? So we've got the options button and the back button functioning. Right, now we're going to be doing the graphic settings. Oh my god. So we're going to get the on clicked. Put that up there. So when the left, I really do apologise for the throat clearing, guys. Like my throat got really burnt last night from acid, so it's really sore today. And with the talking during streaming, like it's just irritating the throat. So I do apologise. Okay, so we're going to play the sound effects. But like I say, we don't actually have any audio assets at the moment, so I'm putting it in there as a kind of reminder that needs to be implemented. So what we're going to do is we're going to get the graphics. Ooh, get the graphics index. And we're going to do a minus. So we're going to subtract 1. And then we're going to plus 1. There we go. Why does that one look longer? That's annoying me, that is. That's central. That's going through both equally, but those nodes, that one's longer than that one. That's really bugging me. Right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to set the GFX index, but we're going to clamp the integer. To the maximum value of 4. Plug that in there, plug that in there. So basically each time the player presses zero, the left arrow on graphics, we're gonna be deducting 1 from the graphics index, and we're going to clamp it so it can't go below 0, and the maximum is 4. And then we're going to copy that will go into there. This one on clicked. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to move that into the middle. And I'm going to do a... Oh. Huh. Right, so on click, change the index. Okay, and that's done for that. graphics settings buttons control decreasing or increasing the quality of the graphics. Okay, so now we're going to do okay. Right, so that's the graphics done. So we're going to do the resolution now. So on click, and then on click. So we're going to have a similar thing. We're going to have this. Put that there. So we're going to be getting the res index, and we're going to minus 1, and then we're going to plus 1. We're going to clamp. We're going to clamp integer. 4. Do the same here. So set the res index. Ooh. Set the res index to that. Okay, so when we click left on the res, we are lowering the res index. If we click the greater arrow, we're adding to the res index. Now is the fun bit. We're going to get the res index, and we're going to do a switch on it with that. That goes in there. Then we're going to set the value of resolution. There we go. So if it's 0, we're going to do 1280 by 720. If it's 1, we do 1600 by 900. If it's 3, do 1920 by 1080. So that we do 2560 by 1440. If it's that, we do 3840 2160. That should be. Oh, it's so nice, that code. I'm just going to move it up a little bit so it's all a bit more within. Okay. So if the res index is on 1, 1280 by 720. If it's second option, 1600, 900, 1920, 1080, 2560, 2560 by 1440, and then 3840, 3840 by 2160. Okay. So now, do a comment box, resolution settings, buttons control decreasing or increasing the resolution of the game. Okay, next up is okay, so next up is so that's the graphics and the resolution. Alright, so now there's two sections where we're going to be setting the music volume, setting sound effects, and then lastly is the apply button. So where the user has defined their preferences, we click the apply and it saves it to file basically. And then there's only two tiny bits left, which is to do with the functions for setting the text for the res and the GFX. So, without much ado, if that's the correct saying, we are going to save all. We're going to get the slider for music, and on value changed. Right, so on value change for the slider music. Now we do actually need to create an additional 2 variables. So this is going to be called current vol music. And that is a float. So current volume music. So we're going to set so when the user changes the value on this music slider, we're going to be setting our variable here, which is currently 0. We will set that variable to whatever the value of the slider is. And then we're going to set sound mix class override. So whatever the volume of that is going to be the volume of that. And it's going to be SCM music in sound class music. And then we push sound mix modifier in SCM music. So user adjusts music volume to their preference. Value change, slider music. Right, so now we're going to do the same but for sound effects. So we're going to get the slider for sound effects on value changed. So I'm going to create a new variable, and this is going to be current vol sfx 0. So we're going to be setting that to that. So set current volume SFX to the value of the slider as it's changed, and then what I should be able to do is actually just copy that. Ugh. Do that, and then just change that to SC sound effects, SC sound effects. There we go. So on value slider change, set the current volume of that. SFX, compile, save, and then on the slider SFX, we're going to do a on the mouse capture begin. Right, so I am just gonna copy this because essentially that will happen when you move the slider. It will play sound effects, noise. And like I say, we don't have any audio assets at the moment in project, so I'll have to plug that in when we've got some audio assets. Right, so now on that one, on mouse capture end. Welcome to the stream, Kinder. Thanks for tuning in. We're just implementing some user interface code. Not the most exciting. UI can be a little bit boring, but yeah, it needs doing. So that's what I'm doing at the moment. I've almost done it, and then I will be able to end the stream. So on mouse capture end with the slider, we're going to stop playing the audio. Target is that. Oh no, that's not a button. That is going to be. Selling at Fab? No, I'm studying game design at university, so this is a group project, this one. I'm just we're in, I think week 2. So I'm just implementing a functional basic UI menu. And then as the assets and everything else gets added to the project, be able to build on it from there. But no, I'm not creating things to sell on Fab. Okay. Slider music, slider sound effects, and when we've got some sound effects we'll be able to connect that up. And almost at the last section, ugh. Well, I know there's an error there, it's because I don't have the sound effects. Okay. Right, the apply settings. So I'll just move that there for the time being. Oh. Okay. Oh, fudge cake. Apply the settings. Lovely. Okay. It's going very nicely, this guys. So create save game object, set the audio music settings to the current volume music, set audio SFX settings to current volume SFX, and then save game to slot. That would go in there. That would go in there. And save settings. Save game to slot. Save the game object, slot name, save settings. Okie dokie. that looks like the that looks like all of the code is there for functionality in the window. Sorry, I just need to lubricate my throat. Oh my god, it's so dry. Right, so there was one other thing we need to do. So on the designer, where we have this text, the GFX text, and this, we're basically we're going to use the things we just set up to define the text in this field. So if I go back to my graph, we need to create a function. So if I just do that one, I think we click this, create binding. There we go. And there it is. Get GFX text. So it's going to be fairly straightforward. So we're going to get the graphics index, and we're going to do a switch on ints. We're going to plug that bad boy into there, and we're going to remove that one. That goes into 4. That goes in there. That goes in there. So this will be low. And then that would say medium. One will say hi. Hello. This one will say epic. And this one will say oh, I was gonna say Unreal. Okay, so based on the index number is what will be shown. So if it's index 0, so it's low, and going up to medium, high, epic, ultra. And that is that one done. And then if we go back to here, and click on this one, click that, create the binding, and make this go all the way over here. So we're going to get our resolution. We're going to break the endpoint, and what is that node? Integer to string. Then we're going to append. We're going to add a pin. So I believe that's got, yeah, so it's got space, X, space. So space, X, space. Space, X, space. And then we will get a to text. string. And then that goes in there. And that should be I do believe that is everything needed to handle all of this code. So let's give it. Oh my god, it's 20 past 2 in the morning. I've got to be up in 4 hours. Oh, game dev. It just time flies, guys. Right, let's test it. Okay, what we can do is we can change the size of that text. So if I set that to 28. Okay, so what we need to do there is for fuck's sake. Okay. Want that to So it was on the middle. Fill horizontally. Pain in the ass. I wonder. That might be the big vertical box that's controlling the whole thing. It's like we want everything in there to stay as it is, but the text should... It's like this text in here. Oh. I think it might be auto wrap text. Okay, so this one, that one is actually not changing. Whereas that one, when it goes to the medium, the rest of it, it's only when it's medium. So if I set the size to 28, see if that hopefully. Right, so okay, I mean, I think I'm happy to call the stream there. Like, I've got all of that functional. Obviously, that one error we had there was because we haven't got an audio asset actually connected into the slider there. But in terms of functionality, yeah, it does the job. We get the text display there. We just need to sort it so this instead of that going bigger like it is, we have the low, the medium, the ultra, epic, high and low are fine, but when we go on these, it's like where the character count gets longer, it expands to accommodate that. But it functions, so you know we can apply the settings, we can see those changes. We just need to refine that so this doesn't resize. What we want is we want this text to basically stay within that field and adjust its size to fit its boundaries as such. So what I'll do is I'll add that to the list, job list. So Okay. Right, guys, I'm going to call the stream there. That is the main menu functioning. Took a lot longer than I thought, but I think I lost an hour and a half just messing around with this bar and getting the things in there to stay within the boundary. But as you saw, these two texts are currently affecting the vertical box. So what we just need to do is get that to stay and just get this to scale within its boundaries. So I'll just need to look into that, but that's essentially pretty much wrapped up. And like I say, the manual will not get done until much further down the line, because we need the assets from the artists. When we've got some playable levels, I'll be able to take some screenshots of like the HUD for the different characters, and create a nice looking manual that will break down the controls and everything players need to know. So I'm going to call the stream there. I hope you enjoyed watching, guys. Thank you very much for joining me tonight. It's been great having you with me. I think tomorrow night I will do a stream in Blender, because I need to make a start on modelling my assets for the space game that I have planned. So if you want to tune in tomorrow night and see that, you're more than welcome. And yeah, thank you for joining me, guys. If you haven't already, feel free to follow on Twitch if you want to stay up to date with the latest and the greatest. If you want to see any previous game dev streams, go check out my YouTube below. You'll find things for Unreal, Unity and Blender. And don't forget to check out my itch page if you want to play any of the games I've made so far. Thanks for watching, guys. Stay safe, and I will see you in the next stream.